Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna,
So, thank you very much for having me. And Srila Prabhupada, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in 1965, wrote a very nice song. After he had suffered 2 strokes, he actually thought that he would not survive. And in the state of, I would say, despair, he wrote a very beautiful song, which is called A Prayer to the Lotus Feet of Krishna. And it's a memorable song which we don't sing. In general, in our ISKCON movement, no one sings this song. And once I was on Sankirtan in Ticino, and I was driving through a small village, and there was a church. So I sort of got out and went to the church, and there was one of these organs. And I just sat at the organ, and I thought, maybe I could sing this song. I had the song book, so I sang this song to a nice melody. It was in 1980, I would think, like that. And I found the melody quite nice. So then I adapted it for the guitar, and I will, for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and for the pleasure of the assembled Vaishnavas, sing this song. I would also sing the song which Prabhupada wrote when he was in Boston. He went to visit with the Captain Pandya. He went to visit Boston when he arrived at Boston. And after he came back to the boat, he wrote a very beautiful song, another song which is called Markin Bhagavate Dharma, which means preaching Bhagavatim in America. And this song I've also adapted for the guitar, so I hope that you will tolerate it, because I know everybody's here, harmonium, mridanga, the traditional Vaishnava things. Guitar is something which is not very welcome in the Vaishnava communities, depending how you play it. So thank you very much for your patience, and I will sing this song now for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada.
For those of you who have a phone, the first song you can look up Krishna Tabe Punya Habe Bhai. Krishna Tabe Punya Habe Bhai.
Can you hear it, the guitar? Should it be amplified?
Yeah. Nice.
Should it be like that? It's okay. It's here? Thank you.
It's okay.
It's all right? I just put it so it doesn't disturb. Krishna Taba Punya Habe Bhai E Punya Koribe Jabe Radharani Kusi Habe Druvati Boli Tomatai Shri Siddhanta Saraswati Sachi Sutta Priyati Krishna Sevai Jaratulanai Sei Se Mohanta Guru jagater madhur uru, Krishna bhakti dei tai tai. Taraicha balavan, paschatiete tantan, hoi jate gaurangernam. Pritivite nagaradi, asamudra nada nadi, sakale loi Krishna nam. Tahale ananda hoi, tabe hoi digvijay, Chaitanyar kripa atishai. Maya dushta jata dukhi, jagate sabai sukhi, Vaishnaver ichha purna hoi. Se karje koribare, agya jadi dilomore, jogyanahi atidina hina. Tabai tatmara kripa, magite chianurupa, admitumi savar pravina. Tomara se shakti pele, guru sevai vastu mile, Jivana sartak jari hoi. Sei se seva paile, tale suki hale, tabe sanga bhagya te miloi. Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe, kama bhikam anuyak prapatam prasangat. Kritvatmasat surarshina bhagavan grihita, soham katam nuvisrije tababritya sevam. Tumimor chirasati bulia mayarlati, kayaichi janma janmantare. Ajipunae suyoga, jadi hoi yoga yoga, tabe pari tuhe milibare. Tomara milane bai, avar se sukapai, gocharana guridin bor. Katavane chuta chuti, vane kai luta puti, seidin kabe habe mor. Aji se subidane, tomara smarana bylo, bodo ashe dekila tai. Ami tomare nitya dasa, tai kori eti asha, tumi bina anya gatinai. Krishna taba punya bebai, e punya koribe jabe, Radharani kusi habe, druvati boli tomatai. Krishna taba punya bebai, e punya koribe jabe, Radharani kusi habe, druvati boli tomatai. So can somebody read the translation in English? I would be very happy.
I emphatically say to you, O brothers, you will obtain your good fortune from the Supreme Lord Krishna, only when Srimati Radharani becomes pleased with you. Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur, who is very dear to Lord Gauranga, the son of Mother Sachi, is unparalleled in his service to the Supreme Lord Shri Krishna. He is that great saintly spiritual master who bestows intense devotion to Krishna at different places throughout the world. By his strong desire, the holy name of Lord Gauranga will spread throughout all the countries of the Western world. In all the cities, towns and villages on the earth, from all the oceans, seas, rivers and streams, everyone will chant the holy name of Krishna. As the vast mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu conquers all directions, a flood of transcendental ecstasy will certainly cover the land. When all the sinful, miserable living entities become happy, the Vaishnava's desire is then fulfilled. Although my Guru Maharaj ordered me to accomplish this mission, I am not worthy or fit to do it. I am very fallen and insignificant. Therefore, O Lord, now I am begging you for your mercy, so that I may become worthy, for you are the wisest and most experienced of all. If you bestow your power by serving the spiritual master, one attains the absolute truth. One's life becomes successful. If that service is obtained, then one becomes happy and gets your association due to good fortune. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? This is a quotation from Prahlad Maharaj to Lord Nrsingadev, Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 9, Text 28. O Lord Krishna, you are my eternal companion. Forgetting you, I have suffered the kicks of Maya, birth after birth. If today the chance to meet you occurs again, then I will surely be able to rejoin you. O dear friend, in your company, I will experience great joy once again. In the early morning, I will wander about the cowherd pastures and fields, running and frolicking in the many forests of Vraja. I will roll on the ground in spiritual ecstasy. Oh, when will that day be mine? Today, that remembrance of you came to me in a very nice way. Because I have a great longing, I called to you. I am your eternal servant, and therefore I desire your association so much. O Lord Krishna, except for you, there is no other means of success.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. So anyhow, this was a song that he wrote when he was feeling very, very bad on the boat Jaladuta, in the middle of the ocean, all alone, no support, no disciples, no temples, no money, just 200 books somewhere down in the ship. That's all that he had. But he wrote this once, I would say, one of the most important prayers that we've ever heard from our spiritual master. Such a nice prayer. Anyhow, as I said before, when he arrived in Boston, he went to visit Boston with the Captain Pandya. His name was Captain Pandya. And then he came back to the boat and he wrote this beautiful song, which is called Markin Bhagavat Dharma, Krishna Consciousness in America. Bodo kripa koile Krishna Adamer pratiki lagyani leto Koro e begati ace kichuka jetaba Ei anumane nahekeno aniben Ei ugrastane Rajastamo una era sabayachana Vasudev kataruchi nahese prasana Tabe jadi tabakripa Hoya haituki salali sambhava hoi Tumi se kautuki Kibave bujaletara Buje se rasa eta kripa koro prabhu Kori nija basha tomara ichchaya saba Hoi maya basha tomara ichchaya nasha Mayar parasha Tava icha hoi jadi tadera udar Mujibe nishchaye tabe Kata se tomar bhagavater kata sei Taba avatar bira hoi shune jadi Kane barabar. These are verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam, very famous ones. Everybody knows these verses. Shrinvatam svakata Krishna Punya Shravana Kirtana Hridyantasto Yabadrani Vidunoti Suhritsatam Nasta Prayeshu Abadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Utama Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtiki Tada Rajas Tamobhava Kamalobhadayaschaye Cheta Etarana Vidha Sita Sattve Prasidati Evam Prasana Manaso Bhagavad Bhakti Yogata Bhagavad Tattva Vijnanam Mukta Sangasya Jayate Vidyate Hridaya Grantis Tijante Sarva Sangshaya Kshyante Chasya Karmani Drishta Evatmani Ishvare Rajastamo Hatetabe Paibe Nishtar Hridoyera Bhadrasab Guchibe Tahar Kikore Bujao Tata Barasei Chahi Kudrami Dinahina Kono Shakti Nahi Atachayene Cho Prabhu Kata Bolivare Ye Tomari Cha Prabhu Koroe Bare Akila Jagat Guru Vachana Se Amar Alankrita Koribar Kamata Tomar Tabakripa Halemor Kata Shudhabe Shunya Sabara Shoka Duka Yeguchi Be Ani Yachi Jadi Prabhu Amare Nachate Nachao Prabhu Nachao Semate Kashtera Putalihata Nachao Semate Bhaktinai Bedanai Name Kuddado Bhaktivedanta Nam Ebe Saltakuru Bhaktinai Bedanai Mame Kuddado Bhaktivedanta Nam Ebe Saltakuru.
My dear Lord Krishna, you are so kind upon this useless soul, but I do not know why you have brought me here. Now you can do whatever you like with me, but I guess you have some business here. Otherwise, why would you bring me here to this terrible place? Most of the population here is covered by the material modes of ignorance and passion. Absorbed in material life, they think themselves very happy and satisfied, and therefore they have no taste for the transcendental message of Vasudeva. I do not know how they will be able to understand it. But I know your causeless mercy can make everything possible, because you are the most expert mystic. How will they understand the mellows of devotional service, O Lord? I am simply praying for your mercy so that I will be able to convince them about your message. All living entities have become under the control of the illusory energy by your will, and therefore, if you like, by your will, they can also be released from the clutches of illusion. I wish that you may deliver them. Therefore, if you so desire their deliverance, then only will they be able to understand your message. The words of Srimad Bhagavatam are your incarnation, and if a sober person repeatedly receives it with submissive oral reception, then he will be able to understand your message. It is said in Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 2, Text 17 until 21, Shri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who is the Paramatma or Super Soul in everyone's heart, and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who has developed the urge to hear his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. By regularly hearing the Bhagavatam and rendering service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is practically destroyed, and loving service unto the glorious Lord, who is praised with the transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. As the time loving service is established in the heart, the modes of passion, rajas, and ignorance, tamas, and lust and desire, karma, disappear from the heart. Then the devotee is established in goodness and he becomes completely happy. Thus established in the mode of goodness, the man, rejuvenated by loving service to the Lord, gains liberation from material association, mukti, and comes to know scientifically of the personality of Godhead. Thus the knots in the heart is pierced, and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruitive actions or karma is terminated when one sees the self as master. He will become liberated from the influence of the modes of ignorance and passion, and thus all inauspicious things accumulated in the core of the heart will disappear. How will I make them understand this message of Krishna consciousness? I am very unfortunate, unqualified, and the most fallen. Therefore, I am seeking your benediction, so that I can convince them, for I am powerless to do so on my own. Somehow or other, O Lord, you have brought me here to speak about you. Now, my Lord, it is up to you to make me a success or failure as you like. O spiritual master of all the worlds, I can simply repeat your message. So if you like, you can make my power of speaking suitable for their understanding. Only by your causeless mercy will my words become pure. I am sure that when this transcendental message penetrates their hearts, they will certainly feel gladdened and thus become liberated from all unhappy conditions of life. O Lord, I am just like a puppet in your hands. So if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance, make me dance. O Lord, make me dance as you like. I have no devotion, nor do I have any knowledge, but have strong faith in the holy name of Krishna. I have been designated as Bhaktivedanta, and now, if you like, you can fulfill the real purport of Bhaktivedanta. His Divine Grace, Abhacharanarvinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna dear devotees. Hari Bol. Welcome to our Vyasa Puja Festival of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for coming. So now we're going to have a lecture by His Grace Jai Gurudev Prabhu, and he's just about to come back. I guess he went back to the room to put his guitar. Can somebody push the Schlüssel bringen? So just a brief information about tonight's program. Special welcome to our two newcomers, whatever names. Hare Krishna. Thank you for coming. Danke fürs Kommen. Hare Krishna. So now we're going to have a lecture till 6 p.m. and at 6 then we will hearing different offerings of different gurus, GBCs, and also we have with us Jai Gurudev Prabhu and His Grace Akandadi Prabhu. They will both Prabhupada disciples. They will also be reading the offerings to Srila Prabhupada. And at 7 we have Gora Arati, and after Gora Arati we have Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada and Pushpanjali and then Mahaprasad. So full-fledged program. And now we just wait for Jai Gurudev Prabhu. I will already give you a short introduction. Who doesn't know who Jai Gurudev Prabhu actually is? You met him yesterday, I guess. He was... Yes, you know him? You don't know him. Okay. Jai Gurudev Prabhu, he came a few days ago. He was invited to participate in the Janmashtami celebration. And he's a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and he's very special for our yatra because he joined in Geneva. And the Krishna consciousness movement in Switzerland, it actually started in Geneva. He was one of the first devotees in the movement in Switzerland. He joined in 1974. Correct?
Yep.
He's originally from Czech, but he moved to Geneva with his family, and there he met the devotees and joined. And for many years he was serving as a book distributor in the yatra. And something which is very special is that he was the devotee who brought Sri Gornitai to this temple. He brought them in. I just like to mention, hope you don't mind, because Sri Gornitai, they were installed in Geneva in 1974, and they only came to Zürich in 1980. And Jai Gurudev Prabhu, he was already in the movement, he was around, so he brought the deities in. So definitely a very dear devotee of Sri Gornitai, and very special for our temple, our yatra. Thank you so much for coming. And I think I just make this announcement also now, since we decided about the change in schedule. He was supposed to give the Sunday feast class this Sunday, and maybe you plan to come also to hear from him. Unfortunately, he decided to change his plans, and he will be leaving after the morning class. Maybe if you all go to him after the program and beg him to please stay longer, he will agree. So it's all up to you. Hare Krishna. His Grace Jai Gurudev Prabhu Ki Jai.
Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, thank you very much for introducing me, and mainly thank you very much for inviting me. I have my godbrother Akandali somewhere around here, and I'm very humble to speak if he's in his presence. Such an advanced Vaishnava and the most disciple of Srila Prabhupada, who now lives partially in Switzerland and partially in Great Britain, where he actually joined the movement. So I would like to read to you the verse number 40 from the 5th chapter of the 1st canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. As I mentioned in the song, Srila Prabhupada was on the boat Jaladuta in 1965, all alone, without any money, without resources, without friends, nothing, except for 3 volumes of the 1st canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, which were in sort of like aluminium trunks in the boat, down in the boat. So this is a verse from the 1st canto, which Srila Prabhupada translated and published already in India in 1964. This verse is very nice. It's Narada's instructions on Srimad Bhagavatam. So we could just chant Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 So I will read the verse because it's not written. It It's text number 40. It's actually the last verse of the 5th chapter. As I said, it's the name of the chapter. The title is Narada's Instruction on Srimad Bhagavatam. Tvam yapyabdabrashuta vishrutam vibho samapyate yena vidam bubutsitam prakyahi duhkair muhur arditatmanam sanklesha nirvanam ushantinanyata. The word to word, maybe you can repeat, that's easy. Tvam, your good soul. Api, also. Adabra, vast. Shruta, Vedic literatures. Vishrutam, have heard also. Vibhoho, of the Almighty. Samapyate, satisfied. Yena, by which. Vidam, of the learned. Bubutsitam, who always desire to learn transcendental knowledge. Prakyahi, describe. Duhkai, by miseries. Muhu, always. Ardita Atmanam, suffering mass of people. Sanklesha, sufferings. Nirvanam, you heard that word already. But in the translation is different than the Buddhist nirvanam. It's called mitigation. Prabhupada translated the word nirvanam. Mitigation. Ushantina, do not get out of. Anyata, by other means. So here Narada Muni is speaking to Vyasadeva. As we know, Vyasadeva didn't feel quite satisfied with all the Vedas that he wrote and the Puranas and Mahabharata, etc., etc. And he felt dissatisfied. Hare Krishna, Prabhu, thank you very much for tolerating me. Anyhow, so I will read the translation. Narada speaking to Vyasadeva in the 5th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st canto. Please, therefore, describe the Almighty Lord's activities which you have learned by your vast knowledge of the Vedas, for that will satisfy the hankerings of great learned men and at the same time mitigate the miseries of the masses of common people who are always suffering from material pangs. Indeed, there is no other way to get out of such miseries. Please repeat. Please therefore, describe the Almighty Lord's activities which you have learned by your vast knowledge of the Vedas. For that will satisfy the hankerings of great learned men. And at the same time, mitigate the miseries of the masses of common people who are always suffering from material pangs. Indeed, there is no other way to get out of such miseries. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada. Sri Narada Muni, from practical experience, definitely asserts that the prime solution of all problems of material work is to broadcast very widely the transcendental glories of the Supreme Lord. There are 4 classes of good men, and there are 4 classes of bad men also. The 4 classes of good men acknowledge the authority of the Almighty God, and therefore such good men are, first, when they are in difficulty; second, when they are in need of money; third, when they are advanced in knowledge; and 4, when they are inquisitive to know more about God. Intuitively take shelter of the Lord. So these 4 categories intuitively take shelter of the Lord. As such, Naradaji advises Vyasadeva to broadcast the transcendental knowledge of God in terms of the vast Vedic knowledge which he had already attained. As far as the bad men are concerned, they are also four in number. First, those who are simply addicted to the mode of progressive fruitive work and thus are subjected to the accompanying miseries. Second, those who are simply addicted to vicious work for sense satisfaction and so suffer the consequences. Third, those who are materially very much advanced in knowledge but who suffer because they do not have the sense to acknowledge the authority of the Almighty Lord. And four, the class of men who are known as atheists and who therefore purposefully hate the very name of God, although they are always in difficulty. Sri Naradji advised Vyasadeva to describe the glories of the Lord just to do good to all 8 classes of men, both good and bad. Srimad Bhagavatam is therefore not meant for any particular class of men or sect. It is for the sincere soul who actually wants his own welfare and peace of mind. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports of the first canto, 5th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled Narada's Instructions on Srimad Bhagavatam for Vyasadeva. Om Ajnanati Mirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshushu Militam Yedam Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So, this verse is very important because it describes the motivation of Srila Prabhupada very clearly. At the end of this purport he writes, Srimad Bhagavatam is therefore not meant for any particular class of men or sect. It is for the sincere soul who actually wants his own welfare and peace of mind. It is actually good for all 8 classes of men. It's written here, that there's no distinction. Sri Naradaji advised Vyasadeva to describe the glories of the Lord just to do good to all 8 classes of men, both good and bad. So the Bhagavatam is not meant only for the good, it's also meant for the bad, as Naradaji describes here. So that's why Srila Prabhupada was so eager to publish books, and to distribute books profusely. Because he knew that these books, the Srimad Bhagavatam specifically, is meant for both good and bad men. It's not only for the good men. So therefore he was so eager to translate more and more the Bhagavatam. His whole life was dedicated to the Bhagavatam. I remember in 1977, when I was in London and Srila Prabhupada came to London and then was driven from the airport to Bhaktivedanta Manor, and he couldn't move practically, he couldn't speak, he had dark glasses. You can't imagine how Srila Prabhupada looked. We were all very much surprised and shocked when we saw Srila Prabhupada at this last Vyasa Puja that we had the opportunity to celebrate in London, right? He was actually like one of these yogis which are described that they only have skin and bones. There was no flesh anymore, no muscles in Srila Prabhupada's body. He was absolutely like, a yogi, one of these yogis who sit in the Himalayas. But he was sitting in London with all these devotees completely shocked from his appearance. But the potency of Srila Prabhupada was there very much. He was very much present. I remember when we arrived the whole night. We drove from Geneva with a van. We arrived at 5 o'clock in London in the morning, and we were looking for the temple and we didn't find the temple, and suddenly we saw Rohini Nandana walking down the street. Rohini Nandana is one of our godbrothers in London. And we stopped and said, "Oh, Rohini Nandana, Prabhupada." So he said, "Oh, yeah, Prabhupada has arrived, you can go to Bhaktivedanta Manor." So we went all the way to the Manor, arrived to the Manor. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning, and I got out of the van, and suddenly one of my godbrothers, Manidhar Prabhu, who's also Czech, he also is from this country, small country. He came rushing to me. He said, "Prabhupada's not here with us anymore." I said, "What do you mean? He's still here." He said, No, he's not here. He's there. He's with Krishna. He doesn't communicate with us anymore. He's on the plane of complete transcendence. Yeah? So Srila Prabhupada was there on this last Vyasa Puja day, actually Janmashtami. We arrived on Janmashtami basically. And we weren't there, but he invited the German Sankirtan devotees to his room. There was Prithu Prabhu, and you were there also?
We didn't get in.
You didn't get in? The German Sankirtan devotees. Yeah, the German Sankirtanis, they were like the Maharathis. They were distributing so many books. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who was the secretary of Srila Prabhupada and the assistant also, he invited them to have darshan with Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada was just sitting on his chair because he couldn't really, he had dark glasses because even the light was hurting his eyes, So anyhow, I was sitting there and he just asked one question. He said, "Do you know the philosophy?" And of course all the devotees were saying, "Janmakar Moshamedivyam." Prabhupada said, "No." Then other devotees said, "Najayate mriyate vakarachin." No. Prabhupada was sort of not satisfied with the answers. The devotees were sort of looking at each other. Who's the next one who's going to miss the point? And then Srila Prabhupada just said 3 words. Life is eternal. That's all he said. Life is eternal. The devotees were really shocked. Anyhow, then Srila Prabhupada was doing Janmashtami. He was in his room. He couldn't go down. And I remember the German devotees, the Swiss devotees, the French devotees. We were in a big room down in Bhaktivedanta Manor, and there was a theater show on Janmashtami. And that was a theater show which was describing the story of Bilva Mangal Thakur. You know the story of Bilva Mangal Thakur? Yeah, I guess you do. So anyhow, the actor who was playing Krishna was a little child, like you see here, the little children. And it is stated in the Shastras that Krishna incarnates in the Sri Vigraha, in the Murti. Yes, he incarnates, of course, in the transcendental literature. He incarnates in his name, but he can even incarnate in the body of an actor if he wants. If he wants. Yeah. So anyhow, this little child was playing the role of Krishna. Bilva Mangal Thakur, as you know the story, was blind because he sort of felt that his life was wasted. So he went to Vrindavan. He blinded himself on the road because the story is that he was a very lusty person. So he was so appalled and disgusted with this situation that he blinded himself, and he came to Vrindavan, and he was simply chanting in the precincts of Vrindavan. He didn't even go into the city of Vrindavan, or the village of Vrindavan. And every day there was a young boy coming to bring him milk. Baba, did I bring you some milk for you? Yeah? So Baba Manga was surprised, and every day he got this milk, and he was surprised. Who are you? He was asking. "Oh, I'm just a village boy. I'm living here in the village." And Baba Manga became so enchanted by the presence and the voice of this little boy that he understood this cannot be anyone else but Lord Sri Krishna. And one day Krishna came. It was actually Krishna. He came to Bilva Mangal, and Bilva Mangal caught his arm and said, "Now I have you." But Krishna, he took his hand away, and Bilva Mangal said the memorable sentence. He said, "You can get out of my reach and my hands, but you cannot leave my heart." Right? Bilva Mangal Thakur was so attached. Anyhow, the play was very emotional, and all these Vaishnavas were there, and we saw Krishna on the stage. All of us. I can testify to that. It wasn't a little child. It was actually Krishna. It was Krishna Janmashtami, so Krishna was there. So after the play, I grabbed the kartals and I started chanting, yeah. And after a little while, the kirtan got extremely wild. Alkanandi is witness of that. Then I gave over the chanting to some other devotee. Then he gave it to another, and the kirtan got so wild and out of control that we practically demolished that room. If I remember, there were loudspeakers falling around, and I remember some of my godbrothers. I saw them dancing like these devotees who dance the polka, holding each other like this, And one time I saw some devotees' feet were up there. So he sort of like turned around. I don't know how it was, but we were so ecstatic. I will never forget that kirtan. That was a totally transcendental experience. We never experienced such a kirtan. We went wild. We lost our minds, And the British devotees who were there, they were standing at the walls. What's going on? These Germans are crazy. Anyhow, at a certain point, Harikesh, who was the secretary at that time of our zone, GBC, and he was also Srila Prabhupada's GBC and confidential servant, he came down and said, "What's this nonsense? Who's doing this kirtan here?" So we stopped immediately. Anyhow, that was a very nice experience. I never lived in such an ecstatic kirtan in my life, I must say. Of course, there were other kirtans which were wild in this temple room. I lived many ecstatic kirtans. Anyhow, then after Janmashtami came Vyasa Puja, like we have today, Vyasa Puja Day. And Srila Prabhupada was carried on a palanquin to the temple room. He sat next to the deities, and there was this Vyasasan. We couldn't sit on the Vyasasan, and we had a kirtan. And again, one of these wild things, and we were turning around in circles. And I remember there was one devotee, my godbrother Maharama, a wild man. He ended up in Colombia. I mean, he was really crazy. I mean, he jumped about a meter high in the air. He could jump, And in the air, he still did a pirouette like this. He was amazing. And Srila Prabhupada was looking at this kirtan with, emaciated and with black glasses, and he was smiling from ear to ear. He really appreciated this kirtan. And we were just looking at Prabhupada, always turning around, and Prabhupada was looking at us. It was such a special, transcendental exchange between Srila Prabhupada and all of us devotees. There must have been in that temple room about 200 devotees. Really, it was packed, right? So then the kirtan stopped, and then Tamal Krishna Maharaj started to glorify Srila Prabhupada. He started to speak how Srila Prabhupada was a pet son of his father, and from the childhood he was attached to the deities of Jagannath, and he had his own little deities, etc., etc. And he spoke on, and Srila Prabhupada sat peacefully on his chair. He had this palanquin chair, sort of like, listening what Tamal Krishna was talking. And Tamal Krishna came to the point that Srila Prabhupada started to publish his books in 1961, translating. I saw personally, and not only we saw how Srila Prabhupada was sort of like this. He sat up like this and looked around, And we all understood in the temple room that this is the essence of Srila Prabhupada's mission, the books that he translated, and he's going on translating. He went on translating even when after the festival and other stories, that then they brought the huge cake. And that cake was maybe a quarter of the temple room. It was really enormous. There was about 7 or 8 devotees carrying that cake, And of course, Prabhupada couldn't eat. Come on, he didn't eat for months. But he sort of gazed at the cake, and just like gazing at the cake became transcendental. It really became. Then they transported the cake into some back room in the manor, And devotees started to serve it out, and I must say that cake was really transcendental. It really charged us with spiritual energy, because Prabhupada gazed at it and accepted just by gazing at it, like Lord Sri Krishna, because he was the representative of Krishna. Anyhow, so that was a very nice experience. And Srila Prabhupada then had some crisis. They took him to the hospital and wanted to treat him for some purpose, but Prabhupada refused, if I remember well. And they brought him back with the ambulance, again back to the temple in Mana. And a few days later, or one day later, he flew back to Bombay. And then from Bombay, he went to Vrindavan. He said, now it's over, I'm not going to live anymore in this body, this cannot survive, this body, you know. So he left and went to Vrindavan, and there he, as we all know, left his body. And he was translating Srimad Bhagavatam to the last breath, literally to the last breath. There was Bhaktivedanta Swami was holding the microphone, and Prabhupada was lying on, you've seen that film, you know, Prabhupada was lying on the bed and he was giving the purport. Pradyumna Prabhu was doing the translations and Prabhupada would do the purport. I think we heard this morning, it's an interesting also story which we heard this morning during Prabhupada's lecture on Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. Traditionally we listen to one of his lectures, and today there was a lecture he gave on Vyasa Puja Day in London, by the way, in 1973. I don't know if it was at the Manor already. Was it at the Manor? It was a wonderful Vyasa Puja lecture, right? And in that lecture, Srila Prabhupada's he describes how, you know, the books are so important for him, you know, and that lecture was very, very special. He actually explained in that lecture that some people think that when we do Vyasa Puja, maybe you weren't here, so I still remember a little bit of the lecture. They think this is some kind of man worship. We call it here in our language cult of personality, or a personality cult. Prabhupada called it anthropomorphism, which is also a nice word to say, but many people think that we are simply worshipping a spiritual master and it's a cult. Many people call us a cult, you know. We're having a cult of personality cult. And Srila Prabhupada, in a very nice way, explained in that lecture, Vyasa Puja lecture, that it's not the person who we are worshipping as some kind of man, a human being, but we are actually worshipping Krishna. We are worshipping the whole Guru Parampara, you know. And then he describes in a very nice way in that lecture how every single of his disciples has to become a guru. He said so. You know? He said so. Jaredako tarekaho Krishna upadesh amara gyai guru hanatara aidesh. He said, anyone you meet, you just tell him about Krishna and this way become guru. You know? That's the fact. You know? So not only his disciples, but the disciples of his disciples, we all have to become gurus. Now, there's an important thing to understand. Being guru does not necessarily mean accepting disciples. You know, you can be a Vartana Parnashik guru, which means the one who shows the way. You can be a Siksha guru, which means he who gives some information, some knowledge. And of course, you can be a Diksha guru who gives initiation. But Srila Prabhupada didn't make distinctions. Prabhupada said you all become gurus, and in your own capacity, be a guru. And you can be a Kiba Vipra, Kiba Nyasi, Shudra Kevenoi, Jai Krishna Tattaveta, Shai Guru Hai, Prabhupada said. Yeah. You can be a Vipra, which means a very learned Brahmana, Kiba Vipra, Kiba Nyasi, you can be a sannyasi. Shudra Kevenoi, you can even be a Shudra, right? Jai Krishna Tattva Veda. If you know Krishna Tattva, the truth about Krishna, Jai Guru Hoy, then you are a spiritual master. And on the other hand, it's also stated in the Shastras, this Shat Karma Nipuna Vipra Mantra Tantra Nisharada Avaishnava Guru Nashashad Vaishnava Sapacha Guru. which means, in other words, that Shat Karma Nipuna Vipra. Shat Karma, the Brahmins, they have 6 kind of activities. They give in charity, they accept in charity, they share, etc. And there's 6 Shat Karma Nipuna Vipra. Mantra, Tantra, Visharada. And they may be very learned in mantras and tantras, Visharada. They can be very, very educated people, very learned. Also this morning Prabhupada said, it's not the qualification is not that you are learned, that you are like a big philosopher, that that you cite mantra tantra, Avaishnava Guru Nasashat. If you're not a Vaishnava, then you cannot be a guru. And a Vaishnava who is born in a family of Shrapacha, dog eaters, Saguru, he is a guru. Even if he is born in a family of dog eaters. In this connection, I was doing prasadam to one of our devotees. I have a godbrother, should I tell his name? He's also British, Janananda Maharaj. Such a sweet Vaishnava, right? He's now in France, in New Mayapur. He renovated the New Mayapur, made it full of life again. It was really not a very nice place at a certain point, I remember. I was initiated in New Mayapur, but after some years it just... Then Janananda Maharaj, he did such a good job. Anyhow, he was sitting on the Vyasa and looking at he's full of humor, He looked at the devotees and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And all the devotees were looking at him. "Do you know where I come from?" And all the devotees were looking at him. "No. I come from a street in a small town in England, and my father and my grandfather were butchers." My father and grandfather were butchers. That's what Janananda Maharaj said. Of course, everybody just fell on the ground laughing, because it was so funny. But at the same time, this corroborates exactly this verse. Shat karmani pura vipra mantra tantra vishara avaishnava guru nashat vaishnava shapacha guru. If one is a Vaishnava, then he's a guru. Yeah? Well, never mind if he was born in a family of butchers. I'm sure that there are many of us here who are also born in families of butchers, or some people very fallen. Yeah? But if we become Vaishnavas, which means devotees of a Vaishnava, that's disciples of Vaishnavas and devotees of a Vaishnava. You can't be a Vaishnava self-made. You have to be a disciple of a Vaishnava. You have to worship a Vaishnava. Then you are a Vaishnava. So anyhow, to make the story short and end here, Srila Prabhupada was very much attached to this book distribution, book production, book translations, and anyone who participated in these activities, he gets the blessings of Srila Prabhupada. Those devotees who translate Srila Prabhupada's books. This temple here was the center of BBT in the 80s. My wife was translating books here, and many other devotees, they were translating books into German here. There was the German BBT, there was the Swedish BBT, there was the Serbian, Yugoslav BBT here. Russian BBT was also here. And the devotees they had shifts in 1980s, because downstairs where the Mataji ashram is now, I think next to the kitchen, that was the BBT production center. They weren't doing the books in the way, I would say, printing them. Did you know that? Did you know that? There was a BBT there? The Mataji ashram? You didn't know that?
I heard about it.
Yeah, there was a BBT. There were computers there and typesetting machines. Everything was there. And because in those days, in the 80s, computers were like, what is it called? There was the start of the computers, so they had to shift one language to another on one computer to do this typesetting for the books. And because there were so many different branches of the BBT here in Zürich, so they had to share this one computer. So they had shifts which were 24 hours. Some devotees had to work on the machine from 10 to 12 at night. And then another group of devotees started at 1 o'clock until 3 o'clock. Like this, there was shifts of devotees working downstairs in this very same house on Prabhupada's books typesetting. And there were all those translators also everywhere. Sachinandana Swami was one of the first German translators, and I remember he was in the Schloss Rettershof, and his translating room was a closet. He sat in the closet and translated the whole Krishna book. So, so these translators, and then there was all those production devotees who were producing the books, printing the books, sending them to proofs. It was a very complicated thing. And then, of course, came all those devotees, and Switzerland was famous for that, who distributed his books everywhere, in every town and village. And I had the fortune to be participating in this effort of distributing Srila Prabhupada books with several devotees from Switzerland. And we were competing like anything with Germans and French and Brazilian devotees. Yeah, it was a very nice time. So anyhow, this was Srila Prabhupada's life, the books, you know. And he showed it so nicely. So this is the verse which I read this for that purpose, where Sri Naradaji advises Vyasadeva to describe the glories of the Lord, just to do good to all 8 classes of men, both good and bad. We never make distinctions when we go distributing books. Oh, you're a good man, take the Bhagavatam. Oh, you're a bad man, forget it. You won't. We even try to induce the bad people, you know, to buy the books. I must say personally that sometimes I was very surprised that one of our best clients were butchers. The butchers were purchasing books like anything, you know. I don't know, they had bad conscience, I think, you know. But anyhow, we didn't make distinctions. Good man, bad man, Christian, Hindu, Muslim, we didn't give a damn, really. I remember in Zürich. In Zürich, there's a part next to the lake, which is the Jewish quarters. All the Jewish families live there who work in the insurance businesses and banking, etc. And they're all Jewish people, you know, each apartment full of Jews, you know. So I thought, well, I'll just go and try to distribute books to these Jewish people. Well, that was really tough, practically impossible. I went door to door, and every Jewish person, a man or woman, opened the door. I said, hello, we have these nice books. We are distributing to everybody, the good and the bad. Would you like to have one? No, we are Jewish. They told me like that. So I went to the next door. No, we are Jewish. No, we are Jewish. No, we are Jewish. It was at each single door, we are Jewish, we don't want these books, you know. So at a certain point, I got so, discouraged and frustrated. And they said, no, we are Jewish. I said, I know, I'm a monkey. That was that. Then I left the place because it was it wasn't worthwhile. So anyhow, we distributed everywhere, and distributed sometimes in marathons during the whole day and until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. Those were really like very enthusiastic days, and we were competing with devotees, as I said, from Germany, Brazil, Britain. You had, and the Netherlands. And they were so strong. In Brazil, there was book distributors. They were amazing. Where is our Brazilian devotee? He's on the altar, I think, or taking rest. Anyhow, in Brazil, they went to the bus stations, and they went to the bus with piles of books like this. They asked the driver, can we just distribute these books to the people in the bus? And he said, yeah, go ahead, you know, this Brazilian mentality. So they went and they gave each person they saw a book without asking anything. Just gave them a book, here, and they went throughout the bus, and then at the end of the bus, they made an announcement. They said, these are books which are very, very nice. They didn't say what kind of books. And we were distributing them to all the people here at the bus station. So all the people must take these books, and you can give whatever you want. And the people were like bewildered. They took out their wallets and they started to pay for the books. They didn't know where they came from, who gave it to them, why they gave it to them. And this way, Brazilian devotees outnumbered our numbers of books. At a certain point, they were really doing huge amounts of books everywhere in Brazil through this bus station, right? And I remember in New York and in London, they were distributing books like wild people, you know. But it was a nice time. Sometimes devotees nowadays say, "Oh, we were burning out the people. We were doing bad things to them." You know, isn't that a fact? This is really not a fact. We were enthusiastic, and the people loved us for that purpose. You know, sometimes, of course, we went a little too far. But what can you do? You know, sometimes that happened. But we weren't burning out people. This is a myth. You know, sometimes people say like that. You know, we were actually really serving our spiritual master, and our spiritual master was satisfied. That was the purpose of our activity. We were trying to satisfy our spiritual master. We weren't trying to outnumber the other devotees or become more successful. No, we didn't want to burn out the people either. No, we just wanted to serve and satisfy our spiritual master. And I think that Srila Prabhupada was very much satisfied with this book distribution, book production, book translation. So thank you very much for your attention. And I hope that you will enjoy the last part of our Vyasa Puja day. Thank you once again for your attention. And if anyone has some question or comment, you are free to ask. We will be happy to participate. Akandadi Prabhu maybe will also comment a little bit.
Thank you very much. First of all, for revisiting Srila Prabhupada's visit to us in '77. I think you drew the picture of that wonderfully. Of course, when we had that incredible kirtan, it wasn't the kirtan that was any problem. I think it was all the other extraneous noises, because we had actually put rubber and foam on all doors in the building. So that there was not a sound from it. For
Prabhupada to disturb Prabhupada.
So it avoids disturbing Prabhupada. But kirtan wouldn't have disturbed him. But I think we were knocking things over.
Yeah, that was, we were demolishing the place.
Prabhupada enjoyed that kirtan. I think you made a very important point. You know, how Prabhupada wanted us all to present the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, and that way be a guru. And at a recent, we had our 50th anniversary for the installation of Radha Gokulananda. We had a retreat with many of the devotees. And Kripa Moya, another of our godbrothers, made a very nice point on this. He said, every devotee should be able to answer two questions. Who is caring for you? And who are you caring for? And in that way, he was encouraging us all to take up the mood that you were saying about our responsibility to share Krishna consciousness. So, who's caring for us? We should all know. And who are we caring for? And be able to put specific names to that, so that we know we're taking that sort of responsibility.
Any other?
Hare Krishna, thank you very much for your nice lecture. I was just wondering if you can share with us how to not boost enthusiasm, but how to keep this enthusiasm that you were describing, that you had for book distributions, like in your everyday life, like what to do that the enthusiasm is always there. Like, do you have some experience or something you can share with us?
Well, there's one devotee who's a disciple of Bhaktivedanta Maharaj. He's called Mahotsaha. Mahotsaha means the very enthusiastic person, and he definitely is one of the most enthusiastic book distributors in the world. So he's originally from South India, from a respectable Brahmin family. He moved to the United States. I don't know if it's with his parents or something. And he became the most enthusiastic Mahotsaha devotee for book distribution. And he just, as we say, only the sky is the limit, you know. And Mahotsaha broke all the records of book distribution by distributing 4,500 big books in one day. I asked his Guru Maharaj, who was visiting us, how is it possible? How is it physically possible? And he said, don't ask me, I don't know. But anyhow, I was adamant. I was saying, I have to find out how this goes on, you know. So what he did, he doesn't do it anymore because he got a little bit in a problem with, I think, with the BBT or whatever. He was giving them for cheaper price. He would stand in front of the shopping center, and he would have a van with open doors in the back, and the van was full of boxes of the complete Srimad Bhagavatam sets. And a complete Srimad Bhagavatam set would do anything like 20 to 30 big books. And he had actually about like 50 or 60 or 80 or 100 of these boxes there. And he would catch somebody, mainly he was empowered to distribute books to the people of color in Atlanta. Atlanta is full of people who are born with black bodies. And somehow he's empowered to sell these books to those. It just so this enthusiasm comes from trying to satisfy one's spiritual master. If you really are sincerely trying to satisfy your spiritual master, you become enthusiastic. If you want to become famous for distributing books, you'll get into trouble. You'll get burned out very soon. You know, if you're attached to result, you become frustrated at a certain point, because there's no doubt about it that it's not. It doesn't work like that. It's transcendental. I personally, like, at my age, I started to distribute books again, but I go door to door. I know the streets. I'm too shy, and I went from office to office in Prague. It was like in the month of May, and all the people I met were bad people, as described. They were just not interested. And at a certain point, I became kind of like, you know, what's the use of doing all this? You know, Krishna. I actually called to Krishna. I said, Krishna, can't you send me some normal people? You know, these guys are simply useless. You know, they're not interested. Can't you send me somebody normal? Like, you know, will be. Bam! The next person I met was the normal, nice people, and they bought the Bhagavad Gita, you know. So Krishna actually, he reciprocates when one is calling upon him, you know. Srila Prabhupada writes in his song, you know, in my despair I called upon you. He said that in his prayer. I called upon you. So if we call upon Krishna, that I want to serve you, I'm not here to become famous or rich, I just want to serve you, you know. Then Krishna reciprocates if he wants. If he doesn't want, if he wants to test you, you can just go away, and the whole day you just spend walking around and you don't distribute anything, you know. But Krishna actually corresponds, reciprocates, if you are a sincere distributor. Yeah. But don't be attached. Don't be attached. That's the worst thing you can be. Because people see immediately that you're attached. You know, you come to them, hello, would you like a book? And on your forehead is written, I want money. Right? Because you won't give that book for free, for sure. Right? But if you're attached, and you go to somebody and you say, take the book. You want to have this book? Take the book. But if you're attached, it's written on your forehead, I want money. You know? And the people immediately notice. They're not stupid, you know. There's Paramatma in their heart, is in your heart also, of course. And Krishna tells them in the heart, to the karmis, saying, this guy wants money, don't take it. You know, right? Because you're attached. And to teach you a lesson, Krishna can go on like this, beating you on the head, you know. But if you're detached and you're simply depending on Krishna, people feel this sometimes. They really do feel that, wow, this Krishna tells them buys the book. It's not that you force the people to buy books. Krishna tells them to buy the book. Here in Zürich, in 1975 or 6 sometimes, before Prabhupada left the planet, I was distributing books in Dhoti here in Zürich. I was going door to door to these big houses in a dhoti like a monk, you know. And all the people were slamming the doors on me, of course, useless, you know. So I went all the way up in one of these houses. I sat down and I started crying like a baby, like weeping, you know. Well, Krishna, I can't do it. It's impossible, you know. These people are just not interested. What can I do? Anyhow, I wiped my eyes and I went down the house and went out of the house and looked at my watch and I said, oh, the devotees are waiting for me with the van. I have to go to the devotees already. And I walked down the street and I had the Bhagavad Gitas and I'm all like down, you know. And suddenly a person comes up to me and said, what is that book you have? I said, Bhagavad Gita. He said, can I have it? I said, sure, you can buy it. Okay, how much do you want? And he immediately gave a donation. And the craziest thing, I had 3 books, 3 Bhagavad Gita still. And on the other side of the road, there was another couple of people who came across the street to me and said, what is the book you have there? And I came back to the van. I didn't have any more books. I didn't come to the van. I didn't walk. I floated back to the van because something happened which was completely out of control, out of my control. You know? So these things can happen, you know, but don't take it for granted that it will happen because I'm a big book distributor. You know, it just doesn't work like that. It's all between Krishna and the spirit soul within the body. You know.
Thank you.
Okay, Hare Krishna. So I think now it's time for reading the offerings to Srila Prabhupada. We will, of course, ask our honorable guest to kindly do his offering. And I think we will be reading from the Vyasa Puja book for this year. Is it right? Yes. Of course, it's electronic. It's not anymore published as a book. It's only online. So thank you very much for your attention. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So, yes, we will now read the offerings that Prabhupada's disciples have written and other senior devotees. For the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, we will read these offerings. And yes, usually we have a printed Vyasa Puja book that we actually offer Srila Prabhupada. But the PPT is not printing that anymore, so we have a PDF on our iPad here. But we did print a German version, and this is an endeavor by Mother Dina Sharana, our GBC for the German-speaking area. Every year she makes an endeavor that that devotees are encouraged to also write a little Vyasa Puja offering. Although we may not direct disciples of Prabhupada, all the devotees are, like Prabhupada is our founder Acharya and Shiksha Guru for everyone. And that's why it's nice if all the devotees are encouraged and invited to write an offering. And this is the brochure which I will now offer to Srila Prabhupada. Some devotees from Germany, Austria and Switzerland, they did write an offering, and we will offer this to Srila Prabhupada now. And yes, we will read from the official Vyasaputra book, and we'll go according to the sequence. We have the GPC members and then sannyasis, different senior devotees that have written Vyasaputra offerings, and we would invite some of these Prabhupada disciples or spiritual masters, and we would like to invite the disciples to read the offering of their teachers. I don't know, Raseshwari, you're here, because Bira Krishna Goswami is the first to be like Bira Krishna. So we will hear the offering, the words written by His Holiness Bira Krishna Das Goswami to Srila Prabhupada, read by Raseshwari Mataji, who is a disciple of Maharaj. Is it big enough? Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirashesha Sunyavati Prashchade Shatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances into the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. I often tell to the devotees that if they want to understand pure devotional service, they need to study your qualities and pastimes, so that they can appreciate your care for others, your determination in all circumstances, your dedication to the pleasure of your beloved spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, your loving relationship with your god brothers, your attachment to the holy names, your love to the Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhakti scriptures, your transcendental humor and your tolerance. I am certainly not capable of listening all of your qualities. Daily I delve into the nectar of connecting with you. Daily I deepen my understanding and appreciation of you. Daily I endeavor to follow your example. I regularly watch the Srila Prabhupada memory videos in which your other disciples reveal their hearts and minds in relation to you by recalling their interactions with your divine grace. This soothes my troubled heart and enables me to come closer to you. My appreciation for you increases exponentially by hearing these memories. I pray that I can serve you by always acting devotionally with others as you have done. Daily I listen to the recordings of your classes, morning walks and conversations. In this way I learn how to present Krishna consciousness properly according to time, place and circumstance. I can see that you were always conscious of the mission that you descended to this world to perform. Your focus on your mission helps me understand that. That's Gita verse. I will just read the translation. Those who are in the path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. By reading your books regularly, I appreciate more and more your deep understanding and realization of Lord Chaitanya's teachings. Your ability to consciously present the Acharya's commentaries in a way it is understandable to us, it's amazing. Krishna has empowered you to present the highest spiritual truths to the world in a way that the common man can understand. This is amazing, considering that you are on the highest level of devotional service. Yet, out of your compassion for us, you are taking us by the hand and leading us to the highest realizations. I often marvel at the nursery school teachers who can patiently teach at the level that 4-year-olds can understand. You're reaching out to us as a comparable to these teachers. We were infants, yet you patiently, lovingly guided us and empowered us in many ways. Gurudev, give to this servant just one drop of mercy. I am lower than a blade of grass. Give me all help, give me strength. Let me be as you are, without desire or aspirations. I offer you all respects for those I may have the energy to know you correctly. Then, by chanting the holy name in great ecstasy, all my offenses will cease. When will such a mercy fall to this to this one who is weak and devoid of intelligence. Allow me to be with you. If you examine me, you will find no qualities. Your mercy is all that I am made of. If you are not merciful unto me, I can only weep, and I will not be able to maintain my life. This was the translation from Bhaktivedanta song Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya. I prayed that somehow or other I can obtain that determination to able to please you as you have pleased your spiritual master. You have often told us that this is the secret of success. I know that all my spiritual advancement is contingent upon my pleasing you. Your servant, Bir Krishna Das Goswami.
Do we have a disciple of His Holiness Jaipataka Maharaj with us? No? We can. Let's see. Okay, I'll just read the offering by His Holiness Jaipataka Maharaj. My dear spiritual Father, Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschyatyadi Shatarine. You have brought the mercy of Nitai Gaur around the world. Lord Chaitanya told Lord Nityananda that we have descended from the spiritual world with the express promise and purpose of delivering the foolish, the fallen, the lowborn, and the distressed. I qualified in all four aspects before becoming a devotee. You have made good fortune for all devotees around the world by giving them the divine glance of Lord Nityananda. I saw how tirelessly you woke up at midnight every night, and for 3 to 4 hours you were writing your translations and purports for the Srimad Bhagavatam and different kinds of literature. This was a great sacrifice you made, and you chose your words very carefully while writing these books. So, in your presence, you held the Bhakti Shastri exam, which I took, and by your mercy I could pass and receive my Bhakti Shastri degree. I noticed that you wanted everyone who takes second initiation to have the Bhakti Shastri degree. For sannyasis, they should have Bhakti Vaibhav. And even in some letters you said that to be a guru, to give initiation, a person should have the Bhaktivedanta degree. And you were hoping that everyone, man and woman, would read your books and would take these degrees. Actually, in 1969, the definition of Bhaktivedanta was someone who had studied the whole Srimad Bhagavatam plus teachings of Lord Chaitanya. And now Bhakti Sarvabhauma would mean Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita. You wanted that people should read your books, and they prove they are reading your books by having these exams. I have been trying to fulfill your desire. I have a Bhakti Vaibhav degree, and I'm studying now for my Bhaktivedanta degree. Although I've read your books many times, you told us that to get the first initiation, we had to read the Bhagavad Gita 10 times. That's interesting. You were very insistent that we should know the philosophy and should read your books. And I see this as a very important milestone that we should implement in ISKCON. I'm praying that by your mercy, we can make your vision come true, that everyone in the Krishna conscious movements reads your books and gets their degrees. Sometimes devotees are very proud that they have not read your books and they don't have any degree. Maybe this is not as important for the disciples who knew you personally, but as the generations go on, the only way they can realize they can associate with you is mainly through your books. So I do hope that reading your books becomes a preoccupation with everyone. I remember how you were explaining that if someone asks a book distributor what is in the book, and the book distributor says, I don't know, I just sell the books, you did not want that. You should know what is in that book. You should believe, you should preach it, they should give it out. How can we achieve that? Your vision was that we have degrees. So I want to see that your vision is implemented. Our present Minister of Education also wants to encourage everyone to read your books. I think this is very enthusiastic and encouraging. And I pray for your mercy that we can base our growing society on your Krishna conscious teachings. Everyone has some different aspects or different idea based on the same scriptures. The scriptures is Krishna himself, which is absolute. But different scriptures say different things in different situations. So we need a judge to understand how to apply these scriptures. You are the judge. You are the person who tells us how to understand the scriptures and how to apply this transcendental knowledge. I want your glories to be understood by all the generations. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your sincere followers, your servant, and of the servant, Jayapataka Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Then next we can read the offering written by His Holiness Niranjana Swami. We have several disciples here. I don't know. There is Lokapara. You decide. But someone should.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. I am writing this Vyasa Puja offering to you a few days before the 126th anniversary of your divine appearance in this world. The year is 2022. Certain events of this year have created an unprecedented disturbance in the lives of thousands of your servants, many of whom have had their faith shaken from all that you both taught us and perfectly demonstrated to us about every living entity's eternal relationship with Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, your faith in Krishna, your purity, your conviction in the order of your Guru Maharaj, your example as an ideal Vaishnava, and especially your instructions have formed the bedrock of the movement you began in 1965. Back to Godhead was the goal you personally set for everyone who would take shelter in your movement. You then left this movement here in this material world in the hands and hearts of your followers when you returned to your eternal service in the spiritual world. However, I have observed that it has become very difficult for some of your followers, including myself, to prepare ourselves for all the warnings you also gave us about calamities yet to come within this world. You consistently reminded us not only about the temporary and miserable nature of the material world, but about the inevitability of hardships human civilization would face due to sinful activities and exploitation of this planet's resources simply for economic development and sense gratification. The following is only one such short example. Similarly, so this is a quote from a lecture at the University in Boston, April 29, 1969. Similarly, this world, nobody wants war, nobody wants famine, nobody wants earthquake, nobody wants disease, nobody wants death, but those things are happening. It will happen. Even if you do not want, you cannot. I mean to say combat all this. I mean to say attack all these attacks of the material nature. That is the way of material nature. That's the end of the quote. But because the material world is a place of forgetfulness, we tend to forget that there can never be any real shelter here in this material world. We tend to think, oh, the calamities about which Srila Prabhupada was talking were about some distant future events, and certainly not something that will happen in my lifetime. We also tend to think that back to Godhead is to be thought about at the end of this lifetime. Devotees recently asked me, why does Krishna make it so difficult here in the material world? I believe I could give and have already given answers to this question philosophically, but on such auspicious days as the anniversary of your divine appearance in this material world, I prefer to respond to this question with another question. Why has Krishna made me so fortunate to have come into contact with Srila Prabhupada in this lifetime, here in this material world? Our good fortune is incalculable. Not only have you given us all the tools required to handle events yet to come, but you have given us the instructions and hope to achieve the shelter of Krishna's lotus feet in this lifetime. This one Srimad Bhagavatam verse, it's 10:31, and your purport says it all. I'll just read the translation. O Lord, who resemble the shining sun, you're always ready to fulfill the desire of your devotee, and therefore you are known as a desire tree, Vanchakalpataru. When acharyas completely take shelter under your lotus feet in order to cross the fierce ocean of nations, they leave behind on earth the method by which they cross, and because you are very merciful to your other devotees, you accept this method to help them. Purport. This statement reveals how the merciful acharyas and the merciful Supreme Personality of Godhead together help the serious devotee who wants to return home back to Godhead. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his teachings to Rupa Goswami said, Brahmanda Brahmite Kona Bhagyavan Jiva Guru Krishna Prasade Pai Bhakti Lata Bija. So this is Madhya Chaitanya Charitamrita 19:151. One can achieve the seed of Bhakti Lata, devotional service, by the mercy of Guru and Krishna. The duty of the Guru is to find the means, according to the time, the circumstances, and the candidate, by which one can be induced to render devotional service, which Krishna accepts from a candidate who wants to be successful in going back home, back to Godhead. After wandering throughout the universe, a fortunate person within this material world seeks shelter of such a guru or acharya who trains the devotee in the suitable ways to render service according to the circumstances, so that the Supreme Personality of Godhead will accept the service. This makes it easier for the candidate to reach the ultimate destination. The acharya's duty, therefore, is to find the means by which devotees may render service according to the references from Shastra. Rupa Goswami, for example, in order to help subsequent devotees, published such devotional books as Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Thus, it is the duty of the acharya to publish books that will help future candidates take up the method of service and become eligible to return home back to Godhead by the mercy of the Lord. In our Krishna consciousness movement, this same path is being prescribed and followed. Thus the devotees have been advised to refrain from 4 sinful activities: illicit sex, intoxication, meat eating, and gambling, and to chant 16 rounds a day. These are bona fide instructions. Because in the Western countries constant chanting is not possible, one should not artificially imitate Haridas Thakur, but should follow this method. Krishna will accept a devotee who strictly follows the regulative principles and the method prescribed in the various books and literatures published by the authorities. The acharya gives the suitable method for crossing the ocean of nations by accepting the boat of the Lord's lotus feet. And if this method is strictly followed, the followers will ultimately reach the destination by the grace of the Lord. This method is called Acharya Sampradaya. It is therefore said, Sampradaya Vihinaye Mantras Te Nishpala Mataha. This is from Padma Purana. The Acharya Sampradaya is strictly bona fide. Therefore one must accept the Acharya Sampradaya. Otherwise, one's endeavor will be futile. Srila Narottam Das Thakur therefore sings, Tendera Charana Sevi Bhakta Sane Vasa Janame Janame Haya Eya Abhilash. One must worship the lotus feet of the Acharya and live within the society of devotees. Then one's endeavor to cross over nations will surely be successful. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for all that you have done for us. Your eternal servant, follower, and debtor, Niranjana Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
So next we can read an offering written by His Grace Burijan Prabhu. And we have Hare Krishna Prabhu can read this offering as disciple. Nou, let's see. Ik kan einfach mit einem. So steht.
Nama Om Vishnu. Ja. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. I offer my respectful obeisance to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna on this earth, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Bracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O Spiritual Master, servant of Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya and delivering the Western countries which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. Srila Prabhupada, your mission was fast, so very fast. You insisted that human life is rare and valuable, a gift from Krishna, and without the attempt to realize one's eternal identity, a human is merely a so-called human and is actually no better than a dog or a cat running on 2 legs instead of 4. And how could one expect peace from an institution such as the United Nations, which is its halls filled with leaders who identify themselves with their bodies and places of birth and thus possess mentalities that are little different from those of dogs and cats? Your desire, Srila Prabhupada, was to lift the suffocating curtain of illusion and spread throughout the world true knowledge of the soul's eternal identity, knowledge of God, Krishna, and knowledge of how a soul can live practically in such a way that spiritually uplifts, not degrades. The key to this was the chanting of the holy name of Krishna, reading and hearing your books, eating Krishna prasada, and associating with persons who would act and speak as examples of Krishna consciousness. Toward achieving this goal, you enacted plans to establish temples, to create ideal brahmanas, to publish and distribute your books, to establish Varnashram Dharma, to build big temples in Mumbai, Vrindavan and Mayapur, to set the practical example of cow production, to undermine the linchpin of contemporary atheism by preaching through science, to establish the self-sufficient rural Varnashram communities and thus promote a viable, Shastra-based way of simple living and high thinking, to operate Krishna-centered primary and secondary schools, to establish Varnashram College, training institution, to run a university, to have your followers write further books, to spread the chanting of the holy names to every town and village in the world through padyatras and fleets of traveling temple buses, to establish the spiritual technology of churches, deity worship, to preach and distribute books and prasad everywhere, from colleges to prisons, to renovate holy places, to show the art and culture and science and business and even politics could and should be used in Krishna's service, to hold Rath Yatras in the world's major cities, to offer festival-filled Sunday feasts and powerful Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita classes in your temples, and to create a postmodern standard of true spiritual morality through the personal conduct of your local and international leaders, who would effectively manage it all. In truth, you desired in an organized way to create a revolution that would uplift the entire world, to purposeful Krishna-centered living from its deadly suicidal plunge into nihilistic materialism, followed by inevitable destruction. Such a vast vision gave hope and purpose in life to countless souls who became inspired by your words and actions. They then desired to please you as your servant assistants by acting to fulfill some aspect of your most noble mission. But within that vastness of these great services was an irresistible essence that was simple and sweet, but also so difficult to obtain. You desired that souls take advantage of the gift of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and develop love for Krishna in the mood of the residents of Vrindavan. You even said, to conclude your Bhagavad Gita as it is, preface, that if even one man becomes a pure devotee of the Lord, we shall consider our attempt a success. To Professor O'Connell in Toronto in 1976, you commented about the Bhagavatam's 10th canto. Yes, there are 90 chapters. All other cantos at most 30 chapters, but 10th canto is 90 chapters. That is Krishna's face, Krishna's beautiful face. Everyone is attracted by the smiling face of Krishna. Yes, Srila Prabhupada, your mission and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission also was to expand the natural attraction of humanity to the smiling face of Krishna. For the past 2 years, I have been reading and studying the Chaitanya Charitamrita, a book that you rushed to publication in 1975. It truly is an amazing book, alive with spiritual potency and infused with the all-attractive, smiling face of Krishna. It simultaneously entertains and uplifts my flickering mind with its unlimited depth, sweetness, practical instructions, and the unique and inimitable pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his followers. It carefully guides the readers to the most esoteric of goals which Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami dared, as the author of the book, to have Sri Krishna himself speak. My plenary portion can establish the principle of religion for each age. No one but me, however, can bestow the kind of loving service performed by the residents of Braja. As you explain in your purport to Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adilila 3:20, when the Lord took the place of the incarnation of Kali Yuga to spread the glories of chanting Hare Krishna, the system of worship recommended in this age, he also distributed the process of devotional service performed on the platform of transcendental spontaneous love. To teach the highest principles of spiritual life, the Lord himself appeared as a devotee in the form of Lord Chaitanya. In speaking these and other esoteric truths, Krishna Das said, all these conclusions are unfit to disclose in public, but if they are not disclosed, no one will understand them. Therefore I shall mention them, revealing only their essence, so that loving devotees will understand them, but fools will not. Anyone who has captured Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda Prabhu in his heart will become blissful by hearing all these transcendental conclusions. All these conclusions are like the newly grown twigs of a mango tree. They are always pleasing to the devotees who in this way resemble cuckoo birds. The camel-like non-devotees cannot enter into these topics. Therefore, there is a special jubilation in my heart. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila 4, 231 to 235. Dear sublimely qualified Prabhupada, whom Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally chose to spread his glories, I am humble that my own camel-like qualities reveal my lack of ability to enter into this ultimate fragrant mystery you are offering. Getting a glimpse from a distant place of Mahaprabhu's gift through the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and thereby the value of your magnanimous toil of devotion in carrying, translating, publishing, and distributing it throughout the world, even to me, I offer my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet and beg to eternally serve you and your sincere servants, your servant Purichand Das.
Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much. So next we can read the offering written by Krishna Kshetra Maharaj, and we'd like to invite Rancho Prabhu, disciple of Maharaj, to read this offering. Okay. So.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishnaye Bhutale Srimate Krishna Kshetra Swami Nityanamine Srila Vidaganaadaram Kalagatamritanavam Bhakti Savangakoram Tvam Uparyami Mai. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I beg to offer you respects in the form of these words of appreciation and praise, along with my obeisance at your blessed lotus-like feet, at which the masters of loving devotion to the Lord sit. Recently I was fortunate to spend some days at Govardhan, together with a group of devotees visiting mainly from Europe, Krishna's holy dham. We were blessed to circumambulate Govardhan Hill, inspired by the tradition of respecting Giriraj, the king of mountains, exemplified by Srila Sanatana Goswami making his daily walks around this rocky emblem of Krishna's love for the Vrajvasis. We remembered your wish as the final days of your presence with us approached to make bullock cart parikram of Govardhan, and we prayed for your blessing that we might feel your presence as we made our way with kirtan along the sandy path in the pleasant February sunlight. And as we proceeded now south of Jatipur, now through Radhakund town, we encountered and passed by numerous people seeking alms. Some passively sat and patiently waited for a coin or two drop in their tin bowls as pilgrims passed by. Others approached with outstretched hands, spreading an upper garment and urging with strong voice and persistent pace. One has contrary feelings if wishing there were no beggars, to embarrass one with unresponsive, even callous, ignoring them, and simultaneous wishing to give generously to them all if one possibly could. Remembering Krishna's order to the Vrajvasis to distribute food generously after offering it to Govardhan in the Anakuta festival. I also recalled your words reporting how you had cheated some young Indian students at the University of California in Berkeley. When I was speaking in Berkeley University, sometimes in the year 1966, one Indian student stood up and said, "Swamiji, what is Krishna consciousness movement will do? We require more technology." So I replied, "Yes, you are after technology, so you are a beggar. I'm not a beggar. I have come here to give you something. That is the difference. I have come here to give some culture, and you have come to imitate the Western civilization by technology. That is the difference. You will remain a beggar. I shall remain a giver. That is the difference." Of course, we can understand that you have given so much more than just some culture. You have given the entire expansive and inclusive culture and exacting practice of devotion to Krishna. Your desire, as soon as you once expressed to Purichand Prabhu and Jagatarini Prabhu, as Purichand Prabhu shared with us at Govardhan, was nothing less than to enable everyone in the universe to become Krishna conscious. Such is your spirit of giving. And yet the humble nature of your giving is such that it appears as begging. You beg everyone to listen, to accept Lord Krishna's teaching, following Haridas Thakur and Nityananda Prabhu, as they implored everyone to meet everyone they met, to accept their priceless gift of Krishna Bhakti. My prayer on this day, commemorating your appearance, is that you grant me the requisite determination and humility to remain a beggar in your service, to grasp some sense of the expansiveness of your giving spirit. I pray to be able to go beyond my own limited comprehension of your mission, and thus to at least try to reciprocate your gift in such ways that others will receive and accept the same. Then I may be blessed to see the Govardhan residents, pilgrims, beggars, and all as Krishna's blessed associates, and I may be able to share the abundance that is embodied in Govardhan. The giver is the giver of unlimited joy to Krishna and his devotees, with everyone I meet. Your aspiring, begging servant, Krishna Kshetra Swami. Hare Krishna.
Okay, thank you very much. So next we can read the offering written by His Holiness Sachinandan Swami. And we do have several disciples. Who likes to read? Maybe Bishop Capriya, you like to read?
Dear Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you. How can I ever express my gratitude to you with my limited words or deeds. You have given me shelter without fear, even though I am still surrounded by Kuntaloka, the world of anxieties. Meeting you was the most important event in my material existence in all the millions of lifetimes I have spent here. In the Bhagavatam, Prithu Maharaj expresses his gratitude to the 4 Kumaras for coming into his life when they visited him in his place. He says, "How can such persons who have rendered unlimited service by explaining the path of self-realization in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and whose explanations are given for our enlightenment with complete conviction to Vedic evidence, be repaid except by folded palms containing water for their satisfaction?" Sorry. Such great personalities can be satisfied by their own activities, which are distributed amongst human society out of their unlimited mercy. Srimad Bhagavatam 4:22-47. Before that, Prithu Maharaj had actually met Lord Vishnu at the completion of his yajna. At that time, Vishnu showed him his causeless mercy by indicating that the king would meet the Kumaras in the future. One might ask, why was it all necessary for Prithu Maharaj to meet the Kumaras after he had already seen the Lord face to face? Your beloved disciple, His Holiness Gaura Govinda Maharaj, explained once how the Lord has given the power to distribute the nectar of Krishna consciousness into the hands of his devotee. If you go to Krishna and say, "Oh, you are an ocean of mercy, please give me a drop," Krishna will say, "You are such a fool, rascal. That ocean is not with me now. My dear devotee has taken that ocean and has gone there to distribute. He is now distributing my mercy. But alas, there is an illness in me. It requires treatment, and for that I am turning today sincerely to you, as only you have the medicine. Being a conditioned soul stuck in a material body and mind, there are inclinations in me that make me lean toward the material side of life, anxieties, limited willpower, illusions, etc. These material pulls are still present. Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur once remarked that the living entity is somewhere between Prahlad and Hiranyakashipu. Sometimes we show our attention for devotional service, and then the next moment we are covered by forgetfulness. Not so long ago, a dear friend and devotee, His Holiness Kadambakana Maharaj, left his body in Vrindavan. His last word that he managed to force out of his exhausted lips was "mission." As I thought about this, I leafed through one of his books and found this hope-giving cure against the illness of material existence. It is by the desire to serve the Lord that we can control the desire to enjoy the world. Somehow you have instilled in me a desire to serve your mission, and in this way serve the Lord. By this gift you have already given me the medicine to give up material life once and for all. When one takes a strong medicine, it might not take effect the very same day, but surely it will work in 1 or 2 days. Actually, I feel it's working already, and I am confident that with your continued shower of mercy, as well as my uninterrupted service to your mission, the disease will be driven out for good. Please never give up on me. Thank you for all the gifts that I can already see, and also for the gifts I am yet to discover.
forever begging for your continued mercy upon me, your humble servant, His Holiness Sachidananda Swami.
Jai. So next, of course, we also have Prabhupada disciples with us here. So Akandati Prabhu will read the offering that he has prepared for Srila Prabhupada.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept the most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavani Paschatya Deshatarane. On this most auspicious occasion of your blessed appearance, I beg to submit a tiny offering to acknowledge the immense great fortune you have bestowed on the lives of so many souls adrift in the ocean of Kali Yuga. Your movement is going through a period enjoying a number of 50th anniversaries. These began some years ago with the 50th anniversary of your arrival in the USA, the incorporation of ISKCON, and then the many temples and projects that you established in the following years. Here in Europe, we're behind. We follow in the footsteps of the pioneering achievements in America, so some of these 50th celebrations are current. And many of us who came to your shelter during your manifested pastimes are also having our own personal 50th anniversary occasions. Mine was on the 22nd of April 1973. When, just 18, I was alone at home on a nondescript street in the outer suburbs of Belfast, a backwater of the world, when there was a knock at the door. It was one of your devotees, eager to fulfill his Sankirtan book distribution quota for the day, and it had not been going well for him. It was Easter Sunday, and Belfast, being a God-fearing community, had locked down all shops and entertainment activities, what to speak of the place being at war and all the city centre barricaded up. The city centre was deserted, so he took a bus out to the suburbs. Probably I was the first person who hadn't immediately closed the door on him. We chatted for some time, and I was amazed by his spiritual commitment and knowledge. I purchased a book, Sri Isopanishad. It seemed utterly magical. Apparently that was his only sale that day. His fellow Sankirtaniers were not impressed, but I was. As I had watched this devotee walk down the path, he appeared to be wrapped in a brilliantly effulgent aura. Wow, what a transcendental personality, I marveled. This first printing of the Sri Isopanishad was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was in an unusual size format, and the cover was bright pink with a stylistic image of Mahavishnu. On the back of that book was a small image of you as its author. You have your eyes closed, deep in thought and meditation on Krishna. That impressed me the most. Here is my spiritual teacher, I thought. It is said that when the disciple is ready, the spiritual master appears. I cannot claim that I was particularly ready at that moment, but looking back, maybe just a little curious. Krishna has his plan for all the conditioned souls, and he orchestrates his devotees and makes phenomenal arrangements to encourage our return to him. So it was that I encountered many other transcendently enthused devotees, inspired to execute your mission over the next couple of years, and finally came to take shelter of you at Bhaktivedanta Manor. This year is also the 50th anniversary of the installation of the most beautiful Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda at Bhaktivedanta Manor on the 21st of August 1973. It was celebrated with magnificent festivities and glorifications of your pastimes by many old and young devotees and everyone in between. It is so heartening to witness the enthusiasm of all these devotees who deeply realize the intense personal connection they have with you and who have accepted your mission as their life. We held a retreat for those devotees initiated during your presence and who served at Bhaktivedanta Manor. This was a wonderful occasion of reunion. Many of us had moved around and served in other projects, and it was easy to feel the delight and love of being back together, sharing some of the memories of old times preaching and undergoing the austerities of a fledgling movement. Sitting with those devotees in that retreat, appreciating so many old friends and the deep bond of love that exists after all these years, it was easy to understand your purpose, as quoted from the purposes of ISKCON, to bring the members of the society together with each other and nearer to Krishna, and thus to develop the idea within the members and humanity at large that each soul is part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When we consider your movement, it is natural to tabulate its achievements in terms of so many temples opened, books distributed, farms, festivals, schools, and all sorts of outreach projects. These are major elements of your legacy, and we will persevere to expand, enhance, and increase them all to bring continued joy and encouragement to you. In many cases, we have managed to keep these projects active, even vibrant. But perhaps we haven't been quite so successful doing all we can to keep every devotee who comes to you active and vibrant. All the temples and projects serve one purpose: to attract souls to understanding themselves as eternal servants of Krishna and wanting to dedicate their lives to pleasing him. So, Srila Prabhupada, your movement is essentially the aggregate, the total of all the devotees of the Krishna consciousness movement, new and old, past and present, active and passive. I wondered if this is how you present your movement to Krishna. Each of us as one part of what you have to give as an offering at his lotus feet. That feels like a huge responsibility. We learn how to be so careful what we offer and how we offer anything to Krishna via our spiritual master. Everything should be clean, pure, and just right for offering to the Lord. But we are the offerings that Srila Prabhupada is making to his Lord. This is what counts for Krishna, the souls that will be returning to him. I can certainly see so many of your devotees, old and new, are real credits as you offer our movement. But I cannot find in myself any qualification as pure, dedicated, or suitable to be included as you present the tally of your preaching success to the Lord. Yet, an imagined conversation comes to mind. I picture you recommending your ISKCON devotees to Krishna. You say, "Here is my offering of all the souls who have come back to you through the Krishna consciousness movement. For the most part, these souls do not come from the higher echelons of society. Perhaps not many are great scholars, jnanis, or brahmins, nor highly austere tapasvis, nor advanced yogis. But on account of some faith in me, they changed their lives. They have accepted your message as I have tried to explain it through my books. They have developed faith in the chanting of your holy names. They have persevered in trying to serve you through many challenges in the chaotic lives of Kali Yuga, even when, for some, that it was my movement that caused them pain. Somehow, they have held on to their love for me. And I fancifully imagine Krishna smiling and saying, on the basis of that love, all of them are just perfect. Thank you. And I thank you, Srila Prabhupada. May I ever strive to become a better, tiny constituent amongst a happier ISKCON, for you to make as your offering to the Lord. Your aspiring devotee. 7.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Ganati Prabhu, for this beautiful offering. While I don't know how you feel, but while listening to all these offerings, I realize how fortunate we are that we are still with so many of Srila Prabhupada's disciples. And hearing from Prabhupada's disciples, we can see how much love, how much dedication they have for their spiritual master, and we can learn so much from that. So we are fortunate that we still have this association with Prabhupada's direct disciples. So thank you so much all for being here. We were listening to different offerings by different Prabhupada's disciples, and of course we are very grateful to have also our special guest with us, His Grace Jai Gurudev Prabhu and His Grace Akandi Prabhu. It makes really a difference to have Prabhupada's direct disciple with us, hearing from you pastimes of the times in London and beautiful offerings. So thank you so much. Now we will, in 2-3 minutes, the Arti will start. We have Sandhya Arti, Gora Arti, Kirtan, and after that Kirtan we will have another Srila Prabhupada Guru Puja, where we sing Guru Vandana, offer Prabhupada an Arti, and then at the end we have a Pushpanjali and then Prasadam. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Now, before we do that, I would request Nayana Manjari to come forward. little surprise. Actually, there is two devotees, Murlidhar Prabhu and Nayana Manjari, both Hare Krishna, please. both have served for many years at our temple, and Nayana Manjari and Murlidhar Prabhu is not here, but Nayana Manjari is still with us, has served in the Krishna Gemeinschaft Schweiz KGS in the board, the Vorstand. That means a society board that also helps to maintain and manage this temple. And Nayana Manjari has served in that board for, I don't know, over 20 years. First as a vice president, then also as a head cook, then as a head puchari. In many different ways you served the temple, and we just thought we'd like to express our gratitude because Nayana Manjari has retired from that service, and we'd like to express our gratitude to you on this day of Srila Prabhupada's appearance, because you're also one of a quality that we very much appreciate is your faith and also your loyalty to Srila Prabhupada's mission, and how you're always very eager and enthusiastic to serve Prabhupada and the devotees. So we're very grateful for your service, and we'd like to just give you a little gift by the devotees. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai. Hare Krishna.
Bahu Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Dalla Deshe Vannamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gada Gada Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gorara Sampada Shanka Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Shanka Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Madhur 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 Baje Madhur 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 Baje Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadhavaya Namaha Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadhavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Haraye Nama Krishna Yadavaye Namaha Yadavaye Madhavaye Keshavaye Namaha Yadavaye Madhavaye Keshavaye Namaha Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya 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 Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda 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 Jaya Jaya Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Jai Gora Nitai, Gora Nitai. Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajakacharya Ashtotara Sata Sri Srimad Tirandi Goswami's Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajakacharya Ashtotara Sata Sri Srimad Tirandi Goswami's Divine Grace Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Jai Naam Acharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sikha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kundi Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Srimati Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Shri Bhagavan Nisimha Dev Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki, Gaura Premanande. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahvada Прохлада дайоне, прохлада, клада дайоне, Иранья каши пурвакша, Иранья каши пурвакша, Шилатан кана кавае, Шилатан кана кавае, Итон решинго, паратон решинго, Итон решинго, паратон решинго, Ято, ямитатон решинго, Ято, ямитатон решинго, Bahir решинго, хридаен решинго, Bahir решинго, хридаен решинго, Нишинха мадим шаранам прападе, Нишинха мадим шаранам прападе, Тава каракама лаваре накама гудашвингам, Далита хиранья кашипу, Танобрингам, Кишавадрита, Наркари Рупа, Джай Джагадиша Каре, Джай Джагадиша Каре, Джай Джагадиша Каре, Avakara kamalavare, Nakama gudashingam, Dalita kiranya kashipu, Tanubringam, Kishavadrita, Narkari Rupa, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Avakara kamalavare, Nakama gudashinga, Dalita kiranya kashipu, Tanubringam, Kishavadrita, Narkari Rupa, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Avakara kamalavare, Nakama gudashingam, Dalita kiranya kashipu, Tanubringam, Kishavadrita, Narkari Rupa, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Jai Jagadisha Kare, Jayan Rishin Gadev, Rishin Gadev, Rishin Gadev, Jayan Rishin Gadev, Jai Prahlada Makarai, Prahlada Maharaj, Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Shri Prahlada Maharaj. Jaya Lakshmi Nrisimha, Jaya Lakshmi Nrisimha, Jaya Lakshmi Nrisimha, Jaya Lakshmi Nrisimha. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Shri Bhagavan Nrisimha Dev ki Jai, Lakshmi Dev ki, Prahlada Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gurudev ki, Jaya Shishi Guru Gauranga.
So now there should be the Guru Puja for Srila Prabhupada again. And I don't know if I may request each race Kandali to do the puja. Okay? Yeah. Hot. Hot. Very hot.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Quando muy bhavatu niyoya Yaharata sare vai bhavatu niyoya Yaharata sare vai bhavatu niyoya Krishna Pratyoya Hoite Krishna Pratyoya Hoite Krishna Pratyoya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Koya 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 Arana Koriyo Mane Asha Arana Koriyo Mane Asha Arana Koriyo Mane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Sare Ture Sarva Asha Te prasade Ture Sarva Asha Purana Dilare Chame Chame Prabhu Se Chame Chame Prabhu Se Divya Jnana Vijay Prakashito Divya Jnana Vijay Prakashito Prema Bhaktiya Hoite Avidya Avinyasayate Prema Bhaktiya Hoite Avidya Avinyasayate Veregaya Sahasarito Veregaya Sahasarito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Atmachanara Bandho Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Atmachanara Bandho Lokana Shivana. Lokana Shivana. Ha ha Prabhu Gorodaya Devore Padachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Gorodaya Devore Padachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Gorodaya Devore Padachaya. Devayasya Tribhuvana. Devayasya Tribhuvana. Loy Patra Loy Lasharana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Tasya Shanti Shabdanine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Satra Satra Shimadesi Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Iskon Bibidi Founderacharya Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Satra Satra Shimad Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki. Nam Acharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki. Sat Goswami Prabhupada ki. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhari Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopaka Vinata Shyama Kunda Radha Kundi Giri Govardhana ki. Shri Mathura Vrindavandam ki. Navadip Maya Pradam ki. Chal Jagannath Puridam ki. Jagannath Baladev Subramani ki. Shishi Gonitai ki. Kangamayurmai ki. Bhakti Devi Tulasi Devi ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki. Jai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So now we have the Pushpanjali. Okay, so we'll, like this afternoon, we will chant first a short version of the Mangala Charan, and then afterwards we have 3 times Srila Prabhupada's Pranam Mantra. So when you offer flowers, make sure that you have flowers for 3 times. But if you first chant just the invocation or Mangala Charan. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Dinanjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadhati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Gurun Shri Yudapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijan Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Ganjana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we chant 3 times Prabhupada's pranam. We can all come a little closer. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Ittinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Veshatarine Vesha Pushpanjali Prabhupada ki jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Ittinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Desha Pushpanjali Prabhupada ki jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Ittinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puchma Mahotsava ki.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna, dear devotees, thank you so much for coming today and celebrating Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. Now we invite all of you to please take Mahaprasadam outside in the garden, will be served. And just a short announcement. I guess all of you have gained more taste in worshipping Srila Prabhupada today. Hare Krishna, can I just ask you to please, for 1 minute, be quiet? Thank you. On the 17th of September, we're going to celebrate, it's a Sunday, Srila Prabhupada's Memorial Festival. That's actually something, we have a few disciples of His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami here in the temple, and he used to do that on this day to celebrate Srila Prabhupada's Memorial Festival, meaning Prabhupada arrived in the US on that day. So we're going to have a program here at the temple. It's going to be connected with the regular Sunday program. And we have His Grace Akandani Prabhu. He will be speaking on the glories of Srila Prabhupada. So please come and join us for that too. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
It will open later. The temple
And you put a lot of flowers here, because they want to use. Put it in here. You put, yeah, in necklace and we put a lot of flowers. Yeah, because the problem is that they don't have stock flowers. And they don't have
Now there's a feast. This will be something for
Yes. You know, the devotees announcing in the packet.
There's a misunderstanding with priest because the worship is going on, so they felt that being close. Actually, we should keep it to check it Maybe you live here in Switzerland? So the Lord wants to increase your eagerness to see me. That you come right now. Today we can see the Prabhupada. Today is his last chance to celebrate that. But Krishna can do that. If we it will only open if you tell the priest, otherwise it's not a regular door. They can just sleep. If you say that you want to come here at night, then I will tell them. It's up to them.
You will be here around.
Yeah.
If you are there, we are ready. Okay.
Thank you. You can take these also into the basket. All the petals that go, not stay. No pressure. You want to go take prasad? You take prasad. Huh? No, not yet. I wanted to ask what is the maximum that you want because I see it all the time. Then I can just send something closer to the temple. Yes, and what would be the